Good evening. It's been a little while since I streamed for you, so here I am. So, so here I am tonight with a very special, very big Lego set. Um, Technically, I did a little stream last night. That was a tech test and rehearsal, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna put it on the VOD, but we're gonna have our first collaboration series on this channel starting in a couple weeks. That's what last night was about. But tonight it's about Lego. We are going into the final Lego Avatar set, so we are returning to Pandora one more time. Today, there's no more RDA. The Na'vi emerged victorious, and we're going into spring soon, and the circle of life can continue. Today we are celebrating Na'vi culture with Toruk Makto and the Tree of Souls. Uh, as you can see, the box is very big, so big that I can't really get the whole thing on camera. This is, by piece count, the biggest of the Avatar sets. And I've had this one in my build queue for a few months. I always knew this was going to be the finale. And now that we've finished all the other stuff, now that we've finished all the other Avatar sets, I couldn't wait anymore. I was going to try and do this the first week of spring, but I couldn't wait anymore. I'm really excited for this one. Because I really enjoyed the world of Avatar. So, I can tell you from preparing the instruction books that there are 4 different instruction books. The first instruction book, we get a little bit of scenery and a dire horse, which it'll be the second dire horse in our Avatar collection. Because there was another one in the science teams set that we did a few weeks ago. And then the second bag is going to be the cave entrance. And then the third bag is going to be the Tree of Souls itself. And then the fourth and final bag is going to be Toruk Makto, the biggest of the brick-built Pandoran creatures they've released for the series. We'll meet 4 Na'vi characters. Well, we'll meet 2 Na'vi characters who we haven't seen before, exclusive to this set. And, of course, Jake and Neytiri return, being the iconic leading couple. So, let's not talk too much. This is a big set. We're gonna be here for a few hours. There's a lot to build in this set, so let's get this open. Let's get into it. Here is the front of the box. You can see prominently featured Toruk Makto itself, as well as the tree front and center. And then on the back of the box, shows you more the tree and Toruk in another pose. And oh wow, looks like Toruk's gonna have a wingspan so big that I won't be able to store or display it. I'll worry about that after stream. And then some pictures of things you can do with Toruk. And like always, part of the scenery doubles as a display stand, so you can pose Toruk to look like he's flying. Here's the front of the box one more time. And this box does not have the standard push tabs. On some of the bigger boxes, it's just tape. So I've got my tool to cut the tape and get this open. And let's go ahead and get everything out and get started. I know there's 9 bags. 6 of the bags correspond to the last 2 instruction books. And already I got things falling on the floor. Let's take a few minutes and get organized, because there's a lot going on here. Alright. So, first, the thing that fell on the floor is the dire horse. We'll come back to this in a bit when the instructions call for it. These things are cool, but it's far from the main focus of the set. So this is bag 9. Let me try and stack things out of the way. This looks like way more than 9 bags. Maybe there's some double bag numbers here. I know that 9, 8, and 7 are Toruk. Bags 1, 2, and 3 are the scenery in the cave entrance. Something else just flew off the table. Looks like one of the bags may have opened up in transit. I'll set that as a piece aside in case I need it. Okay, this bag here, unnumbered, looks like tree parts, so I'll set that aside until it's called for. Here's bag 6, which is going to be tree parts. Bear with me. I'm trying to get the area in some semblance of organization. Yeah, there's way more than 9 bags. I guess some numbers are doubled up. We want to hold on to 1, 2, and 3 for right now. There's a lot of little ones. Here's bag 4. So that's going to be part of the tree. I'll set that aside. Here's bag 6. Some more of the tree. I will set that aside. Here's another bag 8. So I'll set that over here. We're getting there. Bag 3 is scenery. We have 3 bag 1s, and bag 2 is part of the cave. So bags 2 and 3 are going to be the cave, and then bag 1 is the little side builds for the scenery. And I think we're pretty much organized at this point. We do have to open this packet that contains all the instructions. And if I remember correctly, oh yeah, there's some nice stuff going on in here. So, first, the instruction books. We have here, okay, we have here 4 instruction books. The first one is for the little scenery build with Sute and the dire horse. And then we have the cave entrance, which comes with Neytiri, and it also contains a floating mountain to use as a stand for Toruk to fly over. The third instruction book is the Tree of Souls itself. This comes with Moat, the shaman lady. And then bag 4 is Toruk, the main event of this set. And that, of course, comes with Jake. So we're going to set these 4 instruction books aside because you know how we roll on this channel by now. I'll just set them over there. We also get this big, giant plastic sheet with wings for Toruk. We won't need that till the end of stream, so I'll just set that aside. And we also get the sticker sheet. It has 5 little stickers on it. And it looks like these are all parts of Toruk as well. So I'll go ahead and set that aside because we won't need it till much later. Now, all that's left is bag 1, or 3 little bag 1s, which is going to be the beginnings of the scenery. So let me go ahead and get the instructions up. Let's come over here, and we have the first instruction book. Let's line that up properly. And because the Tree of Souls is a different layout for the instruction book, we will have to adjust the instruction books a couple times again in the middle of stream. But for now, here's our book, let's go ahead and get into the instructions here. This just shows you what's contained in each book. And this shows you that, hey, in bag 1, we do have a separator tool, which is why I didn't pull one before the stream, because I knew we were getting another one for the collection here. So here it says to open bag 1 and also take out the dire horse. We have 3 little bag 1s here. So let's get this open. So it's cool that with we're getting 1 character in each book. That's fair distribution, because if you were doing the build together concept, then that would be the fair way to do so, is to make sure everybody gets to add a character. Alright, so we're going to start by building our first character here. This is going to be Sute. He's the leader of the Na'vi Guardian Warriors. And before Neytiri meets Jake, Sute is the one who's meant to marry her in the clan. But after Jake ends up saving the tribe, Sute doesn't like Jake at first, of course. The Na'vi don't like outsiders, but Jake earns his acceptance. And they become great clanmates after that. After Jake saves the tribes from the RDA. Let me make sure I'm doing things correctly. Yeah, the headpiece felt a little tight there. And I dropped the hair by accident. So here's Sute. And now I have to give him a little dagger. If I can find the correct pieces for it. There we go. I just need to find that big tooth. The Na'vi have a cool aesthetic where everything is natural. Their daggers are made from animal teeth, for example. Let's get the dagger into his hand. Here's Sute holding his dagger. And now we will seat him in the front, like we do with all the characters. And his friends and allies will show up later on as we go on with the builds. And here we have to prepare a dire horse. Like all Lego horses and other animals that take mounts, there's an optional brick set up to fill in the back where you would otherwise put the rider, so that when the horse isn't being ridden, it looks like it has a full body. Lego's been doing that for many, many, many years, ever since they first introduced Lego horses all the way back in the 80s. I think that's a cool touch, that they don't leave gaps in the back of animals when there don't need to be gaps. So we'll go ahead and put in the brick to fill in the back, because nobody's riding the horse right now. Although when I ultimately do my avatar display, I probably will have characters riding not just this horse, but the other dire horse that came in the in the RDA Science Team set. And then, of course, we have the psychic tentacles that all Navi animals get for bonding with their Navi riders. So let me get these plugged up. I think it's this way they're meant to go, maybe. Well, this is the way I had them positioned for the other horse. There should be one more of these. Yep, there it is, under things. Well, we're almost 20 minutes in and we haven't even started building yet. So there's the horse with its bonding tentacles and its back filled in. And here it shows how you can make Sute ride him. And there's a picture of Sute riding a dire horse as shown in the movie. Alright. I'll let you enjoy that picture for a minute, and then we will move on and start the build. So, from the instruction, from the cover of the instruction book, it looked like this build, this instruction book is going to cover actually 2 little side builds of scenery that are going to later on attach to the cave entrance at the sides to fill in a whole big block of jungle. What's interesting is it's showing this clip at an angle. So it'll be interesting. That's probably going to hold a plant in an organic position. There's a lot to get through tonight, so there will be long periods of time where I just stop talking and focus on building. There's probably 250 to 300 pages of instructions overall. I went off camera for a bit, sorry. So the plan is to do some kind of game stream tomorrow. I don't actually have anything prepared, but I'll figure out tomorrow what game I can do. Because I went through my history and I've noticed that I've only done one stream so far this year that wasn't a Lego stream. So I do want to bring the games back to the channel. And the special collaboration project, that's going to be starting up sometime in March, but I don't think I don't think he's available to do it tomorrow, so I'll come up with another game for tomorrow. And then maybe I'll stream again on Monday or Tuesday, because after that I'm going away for a couple days. I'm going to be going away Wednesday and coming back Sunday. So most likely, so there will be no weekend stream next week. Once again, just like last week. Last week I started new medication. It's kind of been knocking me out, so that's why I didn't stream last week, because I just wasn't feeling it. Even now, I'm still adjusting to the new medication. I'm fine, but it's messed up my sleep health, so, and amongst other things, so there was no way I would have been able to stream last week the way I felt. But here we are tonight, so that's a good thing. Our first little bit of Pandoran flowers today. The Pandoran jungle is so colorful. Even more so than real life Earth jungles. Interesting. And here's a little bit of a tree. Not the main tree, of course. This is just a tiny side tree. Well, tiny is comparatively speaking, of course. that explains the technical we put on earlier to put on this tree. Okay. And now it has us doing a 2x build. Okay, so it looks like this next step is actually going to be a 4x build because it's 2x on a 2x. So let me do this step, and I'll do this step on the other piece, and then I'll build 4 of the other unit and then attach them all. Oh wait, no, it's just one section. Okay, I misread that. But it is a separate section, so I'll just build 2 of those and then attach them when we're doing all the attachments on the next page. And then these go on to these clips. These go onto the clips in the back like this. Interesting. Okay, so this is going to be a separate section of terrain starting on the next page. So here's our first scenery build, our first little bit of the jungle for tonight. And I will set that aside. And we will begin. It looks like the second piece of terrain starts with one of these A-frame pieces. One of the more unusually shaped Lego pieces, but I've used them a few times at this point. Okay. Oh, that piece is already there. It's other pieces I need. Okay. Okay. So. That's cool. A little wedge hangs off the edge to cover up the A-frame piece. Clever use of some hiding there. There's another little flower. Where? I see. Okay. And another one of those crown flowers that we've seen in one of the other sets. Looks like it's just a bunch of floral detail bits on the pile in front of me at this point. We'll be moving on to some of the big features shortly. same color. Did I mess something up somewhere? No. These are meant to be this one, I think. There's a very subtle difference in color here in the studs. I want to make sure I'm using the right ones. And now we're just putting on various bits of details in the plants. And here looks like we're making a big tree branch kind of thing. We're using some of those dagger tip pieces in purple to make floral details here. And then we have these big pink leaves we're going to be putting on. So we have this big, huge, exotic looking alien flower. And that will go on here. I think. Yeah. That's where the picture says to put it. Lots of little leftover bits for this bag. Let's clear them out. And you can see here a picture of the Pandorian jungle. This picture specifically showcases its bioluminescence, the plants lighting up. And here's a close-up of the second bit of scenery here. So we have two little jungle scenery bits. And here this shows us that we have our first little bits of scenery, the dire horse, and of course Sute, the Navi. And here is showing the set as a whole, and it shows how the two pieces of scenery are going to clip onto the cave entrance. Let's go right into the next instruction book. Let's go right into the cave here. Starting with bag 2. Lots of big chunky pieces here, probably to create the shaping of the cave. And then bag 3 will probably be the detailing of the cave. So it looks like bag 2 starts with our next character. This is going to be Neytiri. Neytiri actually appears in 4 of the 9 avatar sets, but she has a different outfit each time. So even though she appears 4 times, every figure she gets is unique. This is Neytiri, and we need to I always find putting the bow in hand so difficult, but we got there. So Neytiri carries a bow for this set. One of the standard Navi hunting weapons. And we'll seat her with Sute to watch the build. And we will get started with this cave. We're at about 3/4 of an hour, just over, including the splash screen and talking time from the beginning. So as of now, we're actually making pretty decent time for the night. I don't care how long this takes us to build, but I do like to keep metrics. So it's good to keep track of how long we're going on any given section. And as we find these big pieces, I'll set them aside because they're burying smaller pieces and hiding them from view. There's one of them. I put that on the wrong spot. It goes here, actually. As excited as I am to build this set, I'm a little sad because it means it's the end of the theme. Once I finish the build tonight, no more Lego Avatar. But there is still plenty of other fun Lego to do, so it's just the end of one series. It's not the end of Lego. Not by a long shot. Right now in the build queue, all I have is some more Lego Mario because budget has not been friendly to me the past few weeks, but oh, I do plan to get a few other things as well in the coming months. For the actual first weekend of spring, I'm planning to do the new garden set, so there's that to so I'll be buying that probably next week after, as soon as I get back from the thing. It's supposed to line up like that. Okay then. I hope I lined that up correctly. The picture's a little bit unclear. This build is using these classic molded rock pieces. These things. These have been around for many years. Excuse me. Okay, so it looks like we're starting to build up the area around the cave entrance itself now. We're expanding the length of the scenery to be the full width of the cave entrance. We're gonna have a little constructions on both sides, it looks like. That'll build up and eventually form over to be the full cave. Again, if I stop talking, that just means I've run out of things to talk about for a little bit, and I'm concentrating on the build. It doesn't mean I'm getting tired or anything like that. I'm actually really enjoying this. I've been looking forward to doing this set for many months now, so. Oh, I put that little slope on the wrong stud. It's supposed to go on this stud here. We have another whole bag to do before this bit of scenery is done. But I think when we finish this build, that's after the next bag, because I don't like interrupting in the middle of builds. But when I finish when I finish the cave, I think we're gonna take our first break, and because I need to get up and stretch and get some water. I'm beginning to feel a little bit of dehydration symptoms. Not severe, no. I never let myself get to that point, but I'm going to need water here soon in a bit, so we'll break after the build, and then when I come back from the break, it'll be time to start the spirit tree. We've still got a few more hours together tonight. Don't worry, it's just a very quick break we'll be doing after this build. But not until the build is done. And I'll probably do another break, honestly, between the tree and the Toruk. Because there is a lot to this set. And health always has top priority when streaming. When doing long streams, short breaks are not only healthy, but essential. You never want to be that streamer who marathons too long, forgets to take breaks, and then wears yourself out. So I never let myself get to that point. So now we're filling in some more of the some of the rock shaping for this side of the cave. And I think we'll be moving on to bag 3 very shortly, because there's not a lot of pieces left in this parts pile. And bag 3, I guess, will be the top of the cave. Yeah, that's lined up properly. So then this one will go here. And now we get to do some plant life. Little flower here. And then some more. And here's some nice big flowers we're making here. I forgot to show you that flower. It's one of many unique and beautiful but deadly plant species that the Pandoran jungle is known for. I don't, I can't really grip this that well, so here's that flower. And there's a picture of some Pandoran scenery. You can see some Navi running along the what is that, a tree branch there? And then bag 3. And it also says we're supposed to have these clear posts. I did not see any of these clear posts when we opened the box. Is that what fell out earlier, maybe? Oh dear. I need to box dive real quick. It says we're supposed to have 2 of these big clear pieces. And I do not remember them coming out with the rest of the stuff. Oh, they're in the bag. Okay. Normally, if it shows a piece on the side like this, it means that the piece is too big to go in a bag and they're put loose in the box. But guess here, that wasn't the case. I'll set them aside anyway because they're bigger pieces and they'll bury the smaller pieces that we need to get to. So we're starting with a sub-assembly. So I'll just set the cave there. And let's see what we can do here. We just passed the hour mark of stream, so I think officially we're making good time. What do I mean officially? There's no such thing as good or bad time when doing Lego. Everybody's got their own pace. And I think we've got a good one going here. We'll be together for a few hours, but we're not going to be together all night. Okay, why isn't it it's not going in? There we go. Okay, so now we're starting to build the upper levels of the cave entrance. And this section is supposed to line up on top of this section. If I can get it to go in. Yeah, there it goes. We're not pushed in all the way on this side. There we go. And now we have to do another one of those sections for the other side. Okay, let's keep going. I do like how they're using all sorts of different piece shapes and colors to make everything look organic and natural and not blocky. Modern Lego sets, they're so much more detailed and realistic looking than they ever used to be, which is a good thing. I like how Lego builds have evolved over the years. Okay, and then this one will attach on top of here. And now we have another big sub-assembly. This looks like it's going to be the top of the cave. And I'm just going to go ahead and set this part of the cave aside real quick so we can focus on this part of the build, because otherwise it'll get in the way. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need some water at this point. So yeah, this section of the cave is coming along nicely. Looks like we're going to do another assembly. This probably represents the other side of the cave that'll allow it to actually stand up. And I think this is our final piece of the A-framing for this set. What was that? Are we still streaming? Hold on. Tech test real quick. What was that? Are we still... Yeah, we appear to still be good. Okay, must have been a background app then. Let's keep going. This cave is actually a more substantial build than I thought, looking at the pictures. Of course, the box doesn't really emphasize the cave and the jungle scenery. The main features of the set, the Tree of Souls and the Toruk, we'll be getting to after the break. It'll probably be a slightly longer break than I usually do, because I think I'm going to get a snack with everything as well. But not too terribly long. Alright, that's how it lines up, okay. Wow, that other piece isn't pushed in all the way either. Let me fix that as well. That at least allows the section to stand on its own, so it'll be a little bit easier to work with. Oh, that's because this piece fell off. Alright. Now this section is supposed to be attached to the top of the main section, and we're at the point now where the section is big enough that what's probably going to happen is part of the build process from here on is probably going to be obscured behind the instructions. There's really not anything I can do about that at this point, since we're building on the upper levels. What I can do is I can try and shift it a bit to this side. That could work for a little bit, I think. We still have a substantial pile of pieces, so there's still quite a bit of detailing left to be sculpted on top of the cave section. Now we're doing a couple more flowery bits. These use some more of the white crown pieces for the inside of the flower. Like this. That connection honestly doesn't look very stable. Hopefully there will be something shortly to secure it in place. And this flower connects where? On a very similar unstable connection. And here's where we add these big clear pieces like this. We've seen these before in the context of the floating mountains, both in the Banshee set and the RDA Science Team set. There's not a terribly huge number of pieces left. We'll be done with the cave soon. And then we'll take a quick break and then we'll come back. We'll do the Tree of Souls and we'll finish with Toruk. And yeah. I need this to line up with the little Technic brick on the inside there. I don't know why that's not going into the brick. Bear with me, I'm trying to get everything to line up correctly. If I can get the middle pin to go, then that would align the post such that the bottom pin can go, right? Okay, that one went through. I'm not seeing the correct pin in my parts pile anyway. So let's just pull it out and try and align it in the other section. Okay, that one went in. So our thing is steady. If the other pin turns up later, oh, I see where it went. So now with two of the pins successfully in, this bottom pin should line up, right? Still having it, there it goes. All right. So the transparent bit is secure. Let's keep building. We're building a little bit of a floating mountain. One of Pandora's famous floating mountains for the Toruk. The Toruk can mount on it. It's going to be hard to show off what I'm doing right now with such a big piece of scenery in one spot and the instructions in the other spot. Maybe this might work. Looks like this is going to be the beginnings of the mounting point. Alright, that went on. So it says that the pin is supposed to go through up here. There we go. Okay, so that little section is secure now. It looks like we're almost done with the cave at this point. Well, technically we're done with the cave. We're working on the floating mountain, or the floating rock, more technically here. This is one of the smaller ones. It's not big enough to be a floating mountain. It's just a floating rock. Okay, that piece is just to secure everything. Okay, and with that, so here's a picture of what looks like some of the tree roots. And here, this shows that we're done with the cave entrance. And it shows how the two little bits of scenery that we did earlier are supposed to attach along the sides of it with these clips like this. And with that, that finishes the cave construction. So let's turn off the instructions and I'll set up a little scene for the... Let me go ahead and preset this instructions because this instruction book is a little wonky in its layout. I can't really do anything about that big gray block on the side. I still haven't figured out how to cut that out, so. But let's carefully turn this whole bit of scenery around. And we'll put the two Navi in front. Neytiri and Sute having one last romantic outing before Jake shows up and messes up their engagement. And we'll move the cave closer. Look, with everything built up, you can't even see the top of the rock there. That's as good as I can get. So let's move them forward. And they can continue to sit. And we'll put the dire horse into the scene as well. And we are ready to take a quick break. And when I come back, we will start on the Tree of Souls. We just passed the hour-and-a-half mark if you don't count the talking bits at the beginning. So yeah, I think officially we're about halfway through the instructions of the set, so we're doing pretty well, I think. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm back. It was a bit of a longer break than I usually do. Sorry about that. I'm back. It was a bit. So let's go ahead and I'll clear out the scenery so we can focus on the rest of the set now. Let me just set this aside. We'll do it like that, actually. And now what we can do is we can bring up the third instruction book. This is the one representing the Tree of Souls. And we're going to pull out bag 4. It looks like bag 4 is just the base of the tree, and then bag 5 and 6 are going to be the details. So bag 4's Navi character is Moat, Neytiri's mom. Moat is the shaman of the Navi tribe in the first Avatar movie. I saw a piece roll off the table, but it's the kind of piece that is usually that they usually give you a spare bit for. So I'm not going to worry about it just yet. Actually, I should, because we've seen that color in the spare bits already tonight. So let me just go ahead and pull out. Alright. That piece shouldn't be an issue anymore. Let's go ahead and get Moat put together. So every Navi tribe is led by a chief, and the chief's wife is usually the tribe's shaman. And these are wise ladies that can speak with nature. They missed an opportunity not including the chief in this set, in my opinion. But for those of you who know the movie, he's dead by the scene represented here, so I guess that's why they didn't include him. But he's an important character and he doesn't have a minifigure. Anyway, here's Moat. And I will seat her with the 2 other Navi. And they can all sit here and watch the tree come together and await the eventual arrival of Jake and the Toruk. Okay, let's go ahead and get started with the tree. We're starting with some structural foundational bits, it looks like. Seems I've run out of stuff to talk about again, which is okay. Shane is going to be so excited when I surprise her with a visit this week. She doesn't know that I've arranged for a visit. Why did I pick this week? Well, next weekend is um, my nephew's first birthday party. Let me try and reposition the off-table scenery so I'm not blocking my view of stream stuff. That's as good as it's going to be, I think. I will say the foundations of this tree are starting off doing some interesting things that I wasn't expecting, which is cool. I do like unusual build techniques. And to be fair, this is a fairly unique looking tree. It's an alien tree. And this tree is at the center of not just Navi culture, but also Pandoran life in general. This is the tree. The tree we're building is the tree from which the goddess spirit of Pandora calls to the Navi and all the creatures. Okay, so here we have a 4 times build, but it's same page. So we'll just build them and attach them. No need to build it 4 different times and then attach. We can just put them on as we build them because it's the same page. one more of those, and then we'll be able to move on to the next page. Oh, I see how it goes. Okay. So it's a little bit of texture variance going on. Subtle, but it helps things look more natural. Wait, no, they're not supposed to be in opposition, are they? No, you know what? I put these two on the wrong way. That's why it looks off to me, because it is off. So let me go ahead and fix these two. Okay. That's why that looked wrong to me. But we're good now. We fixed it. We're starting to fill in the support outlines with actual surface colors now. And I seem to not have a 2x3 in the correct color here. What's going on here? Let me check my bag for. Yeah, no, there's no piece in there. And I don't see. Oh, you know what happened here? I used the wrong color 2x3 on one of these sections before. Let me go ahead and fix that real quick. That's what the problem was. No biggie. Easy fix. Now we have the correct color 2x3, and we can proceed as we're supposed to. And now all the gray foundational bits are filled in, and we can start building up. And also it looks like we got the beginnings of some shaping of roots here. This is some cool patterning going on here. That's a nice little pattern there with the curvy tiley bits. Lots of these little flowers in my parts pile. It looks like we're almost done with bag 4. And once we finish bag 4, we'll be able to move on to bag 5. And I'm guessing bag 5 will be the main tree trunk, and then bag 6 will be all the leaves of the tree. That's my prediction, given that bag 4 was just the foundation of the tree here. mats. So lots more of these little flowers going around. Where did I miss additions? So this says there's supposed to be one more flower. Which one didn't I add yet? Seriously, where's this last flower supposed to be added? I guess I can just put it anywhere. They seem to be randomly scattered around, but I'm just gonna put it here. I don't want to waste any more time on that. And this shows me how this is supposed to line up. And it looks like they weren't supposed to be lined up exactly straight. It was supposed to be lined up more like this. So that these bar bits are at a little bit of an angle to the foundations. So if I look at it from this perspective, yeah, it looks like the base is oriented correctly against the foundation. Let me check my flower placements. The flower placements are good enough in my opinion. Let's proceed. So bag 5, we need the stringy bits from this bag. But it doesn't say anything about the pink bits yet, so I'm going to put the rest of this bag aside. Here's our bag 5. There's several red pieces in bag 5. I'm guessing these are internal foundation bits that won't be visible in the final build. So this bag, we're going to be shaping the tree itself on top of the foundation. Okay. Because of the awkward orientation of the instructions, it's much tinier print than I'm used to looking at on my screen. So I really need to concentrate with all these little detail bits going on here. That's part of why I'm not talking right now. This tree is starting to take some interesting shapes. It looks like there's going to be a lot of studs on side technique as well to fill in some of the shaping. What's that bit doing? Okay. I think so. It wants us to stack the slopes, it looks like. When it comes to Lego trees, this is definitely one of the more unique looking trees that I've come across. Just check. Yeah, we still seem to be going great. Okay, let's keep going. So yeah, looks like what we're doing now is we're doing some shaping of the tree onto the side brackets. Now, where's the correct wedge piece? There it is. So you can see we've got the beginnings of some tree shapes going on here. Okay, and then this one will go like this. Let me see. I want to make sure I use correct pieces here. Yeah. We want this piece. And then it looks like we're going to do an assembly for another section of the tree. Okay. There's not a lot of pieces left in the parts pile. So it looks like we're coming close to finishing the main structure of the tree. Of course, bag 6 is where we add all those fancy purple hanging string leaf things that it has. Definitely a very unique look to this tree. No, it wants to go that way. Okay. How is this piece supposed to be attaching? Did I put something on the wrong way? I don't think so. Yeah, I did put stuff on the wrong way. There, I put bricks in here facing the wrong way. I think. No, there are no bricks right there. Okay, I'm confused now. Let me go back a bit and let me see how this section was supposed to be built up. So we have that bracket. So that's where we are there, and then we have those slopes. And then above the slopes. Okay, I see where I messed up. I do have these bricks facing the wrong way. Now, if I put this back on top like this, I should be able to get everything else to line up as it should. Yep, that fixed it. Okay. Okay, which way am I looking now? This way, okay. Okay, so now we have to do twisty things. Alright. So we're gonna start here. And then this vine is supposed to come down and attach to this one. Now I'll do the same thing on the other side. We'll attach this here. And we will take this vine around and attach it over here. And then we have a 3x build, but it's a one-page 3x build. So we'll just do it 3 times and we'll turn the page and see how they all attach. It looks like these are tree branch sections. We do have some off-color bits still on the tree, but those are going to be hidden pretty well once we add the all the foliage. Okay, we need one more of those sections. I think that says 4 times. If there's a length issue, we can always remove one of the links later. Okay. Oh, these are around the base. Okay. Which way are we facing right now, though? So now it looks like we're putting in some tree roots around the base. I'm trying to see what the picture is doing here. It's very unclear right now. I see. I think I see where these next two roots are supposed to go. And now it says to place these last 8 roots, but I can't tell from the picture. Okay, I see. They go along the bar bits like this. So now the Tree of Souls has lots of magical roots planted in, and all that's left now is to get on the leaves and foliage and make it actually look like the Tree of Souls. There's a picture of the tree as seen in the movie, bag 6, and it also says we need these bits. And I'm going to leave out this extra vine just in case. But at this point, I think it might actually be a spare. Wow. So all of bag 6 is only 12 pages of instructions. Being that it's tree foliage, I'm expecting a lot of repetition over the next few pages. Okay. So we need 3 of these. Oh wow. It's not even clear what the picture is doing here. So it says to put that on the center stud. Take one of these posts and press it through to hold it into place. And then it shows two of these shorter posts on either side. Is that the lightsaber blade piece? If so, this is a cool new color for lightsabers. And it says we need to make 3 of this particular leaf section. So let's do all that again. And we need one more. For now. These next few pages are going to be very repetitive. It'll probably take us a little while to finish all these tree details. Oh boy. And then we have a 2x on these. So let me just build 6 of these and then I will attach them. I need 3 of the other section as well. So let me go ahead and do those as well. Let me build all these little sub-assemblies for this next page of this group of leaves. I mean, we're about to hit the 3-hour mark of stream and we haven't even started the main character yet. But that's cool. This is a really epic set overall. So now that oh, we need 6 of those, right? And of course, one has to roll off the table. So I actually need to make 3 more of those units before we continue. And man, these things just don't want to stay on the table. Okay. I dropped another one too. And that one I didn't. Alright, I see where it went. There's a reason why I often say trees are my least favorite things to do, but the finished product is so worth the effort, so. Okay, we have 6 of those. We have 3 of the others. So now if I do this and hold it up like this, and these bits hang from here like this, and then we take one of these and hang it here for it like that. So here's one of those leaf sections fully built up. Now I just gotta add the bits to the other 2, and we'll be able to attach these to the tree and then see what kind of nonsense the next leaf section brings us. And by nonsense, I mean fun. Maybe only slightly sarcastically. Like I said, trees have always been my least favorite part of doing Lego. But again, the end result is totally worth it. And once we do finish all these leaves on the tree, we can move on and do Toruk. So there's at least that to look forward to. Probably the most iconic of all the Avatar creatures. So these 3 oh no, they go on this post here in the middle. And the tree begins to receive its iconic look. But we still got a lot of leaf sections left to go. And then we need 9 times of this tree section. This tree section is starting off like the others in terms of how the first page of it goes. I think this is my first ever 9 times that I've ever done in Lego. Ooh, the light's really hitting that tree well. You can see kind of the leaves that are already on the tree are beginning to have a bit of a glowy look thanks to the way my light is set up. That's a pretty cool side effect of having to switch my lights a couple months ago. Although, given how many of these base leaf pieces there are, I think once we do this 9 times, that might actually be the whole rest of the leaves. So I guess there's that. I guess we're in the final multiplier now. So there's 3. I'm sorry if I go a little bit off camera. This bit's repetitive, so comfort is the main thing. This will be 6. I do like the look of this tree so far. This is all going to be worth it. One more of those, and then we can move on to the next page and see what repetitive horrors await me there. Well, not really horrors, but so there's 9 of those units. So we need, okay. So in other words, this section is doing the exact same thing that the other 3 did. Why didn't it just have us build 12 right up front? I have no idea. We need 9 of those. Actually, that's just that, but with the extra piece on. So I need to build 27 of these. And I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do to stop these rolling around once I put them all together. We're going to use the spare bits dish to hold them all so that they don't roll on me. I'm going to start by building 27 of these, and then I'll add the bars as I attach them to the main sections. Or it'll be more efficient, I think. to attach the bars anyway. So these, they're not going to roll around too. These didn't roll around as much as the others did, I don't think. So I'll just put them over here. You can see the dire horse a little better because this is a boring, repetitive part. There's 6 of those. Seven. Eight. And 9. So now I need to build 18 of the other type with the extra bar attachment. And these are the ones that really roll around, so but once we build all these, we can put the leaves together and the tree will be pretty much done at that point. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit off camera, but again, this part's kind of boring anyway. Not much to see right now. Boring for you guys, I mean. It's repetitive for me. But Lego doesn't bore me. Of course, that one had to yeet out of my hand. So we got 4 of those units so far. And I mean, given that these are exactly the same as the way we built the other 3 sections, I really don't understand why you didn't have us just do all 12 up front, but whatever. Here we are. That's the 6th one, so I still got a bunch more of these to do. We're halfway there on these. This will be the 13th. We got 3 of these little vine bits left over. Well, they're not really vines because they're part of the leaf structure. Two more, and then we can actually start putting all these onto the leaf sections. Okay. So now I come here to my leaves and I start hanging these sections through. Of course, that one appears I didn't push it in all the way. And that's why that one fell apart as I picked it up. This is probably the most repetitive part I've ever done on a Lego build, ever. But it's worth it because this is one of the most unique trees you'll ever see. So this will be the third. If I had known that these leaf sections were exactly the same as the first three, I would have just built everything up front back then and progressively attached them as the instructions showed to do so. I had no way of predicting that though, so here we are. But this is the seventh, so I only have to finish two more sections after this, and we can attach them all and move on. Last section, and then we can finish this tree and move on to Toruk. I think I'm going to do another water break before I go into Toruk. So, stream is going to be, let's see, by the time we get to Toruk, my prediction of 4 hours may have been a little low. It's probably going to be closer to 4.5-ish, but whatever. Okay, so those sections are ready to go. I'll put the spare bits bowl back off the table, out of the way. Oh wow, so I see how we're doing this. I think I see how we're doing this. This isn't going to be an exact science, I don't think. Why are we not going in all the way? Okay, yeah, that one was a little tight for some reason. Not a big, huge deal, but here we are. Okay. Now let me come back over here. If we bring these angled out this way, that'll leave some gaps open for these. Holy jeez, that's a pretty tree. Excuse me a moment. I'm dropping things again. Wow. And I bent that piece a little bit. All right, we're in there. So Shayna has discovered. I learned last week. Shayna has discovered that really addictive mobile game, Subway Surfers. She appears to be quite good at it. I used to play that years ago, but I don't play that game anymore. It's been a few years since I've played. Alright, let's just do some adjustments to make sure there's a roughly even scattering of foliage all around the tree. Alright, that looks good. And look at the way the light is hitting that. That's... Are they supposed to be sticking out that much, though? No matter. It's a very big, impressive tree. And look at the light. You know what? I'll hang the spare vines, too. No, I won't. Because there's nothing to clip them in and secure them. Yeah. These spare vines are really just spare bits, I think. Well, there's the tree. Let's set up the last instruction book and make sure that's lined up well. And then we can take a quick little break so I can get some water. And then we will continue. Brett is starting his stream, but he's going to be on for a while. I'm not concerned about running late and missing him. Toruk's not going to take us too long after the madness that was the tree. And of course, the vine is an extra, so let's ditch that. And then, before I get up and take my break, I'm just going to look something up real quick. Meanwhile, as far as you're concerned, the break has started, and I'll get up and do my thing in a minute, so Here we are. We're coming down to the final build. Here we are. We're coming. This will be the final build in my Lego Avatar collection. Probably the most iconic of all the creatures in Avatar. This is Toruk. He's featured in. He has an appearance in the Avatar ride, Flight of Passage at Disney's Animal Kingdom, and there was also several years ago a Cirque du Soleil production. Cirque du Soleil did a show about the Toruk, set in the world of Pandora, generations before the RDA invasion. There's no sign of the human invaders in Cirque du Soleil's version of Avatar, which is a good thing. It shows the Na'vi in their natural state. That was a fun Cirque show. I never got to see it live. That's one of several Cirques that I didn't get to see live, but I saw it on a cam recording. So now we're going to go ahead and I'll pull up the instructions. We have Toruk. Of course, Toruk's going to come with our last character we'll see tonight, who is Jake. And this is the, of course, we have the sticker sheet. And we also have the wings. Which we're not going to pull this out until the instructions call for it. Stickers at this point, well, I usually keep the sticker sheet on the table, and now we're going into the final build where we'll actually use them. I can keep to my tradition. So let's go ahead and get started. Now, in terms of creature size, Toruk's pretty big. I know because I saw a review. I saw a few reviews of the Avatar sets. I don't know how he compares in size physically with Payakan the whale from the second movie, which we built on stream a few weeks ago. Payakan's in the storage box right now, so until I set up my Avatar display next month, I won't know how they compare in size. But let's go ahead. It says to open bag 7, and according to this, bag 7 has no additional parts. Let's see. We have 2 bag 8s in the pile and then a bag 9. So bag 7 is probably the core of the body, and then bag 8 and 9. Bag 8 will probably be the legs, and bag 9 will probably be the wings, tail, and head assemblies. That's generally how they do animal builds, is the first bag is the core, the second bag is the legs, and the third bag is the head, tail, and wings. But I could be wrong. This set's already been full of a number of surprises, so I could be wrong. Actually, considering how big this Toruk is going to be, bag 7 doesn't look really substantial at all. Bag 7 doesn't look like it has a lot in it. Guess most of the mass of Toruk is in the wings, maybe. And I also see we don't have Jake yet. I assumed he would be in the first bag like in the other assemblies, but I guess he comes later. Okay, let's go ahead and get started building then. Let's make sure I turn the audio back on first. Okay, let's go ahead. Okay, so the audio is good. Let's get started. All right. Oh, that's just a printing thing. Okay. All right. Oh, this looks like he's going to use these big, huge ball joint pieces. Well, it makes sense given how big he is. They would want a strong joint for the posability features. I don't have the instructions lined up precisely the way I like it. Alright, let's continue. I did that totally incorrectly. I guess I should pay attention when I put on pieces that face this particular way. Even though the tree did get repetitive, a little bit repetitive and boring towards the end there, I will say that overall this set has been one of the more, probably one of my top 20 most enjoyable Lego build experiences so far. Overall. And we're just getting started with the main feature here. We're 3.5 hours into stream, so I'm guessing 4.5 hours is a reasonable estimate for stream length. Again, it doesn't matter. I just like to keep metrics. It helps me predict and estimate lengths of future streams, which is an important skill to have when planning for future streams. So yeah, it doesn't look like his actual body shape is gonna be all that big. I think Toruk size is gonna be mostly in the wingspan, maybe. Interesting. But then again, I could be wrong. That's just an early prediction based on how the instructions look, but I've been wrong before. Pycan might be bigger, but Toruk is still probably more well known. Not everybody, because there were so many years between the original movie and the sequel, not everybody who's seen the original movie went ahead and watched the sequel. It took me a while to get to watch it at first, so. What's cool is the Animal Kingdom version of Pandora at Disney World. That actually opened several years before the second movie, the one with the water tribes, came out. And in Flight of Passage, the flagship attraction at Pandora in Animal Kingdom, you can actually, there's actually a scene where you fly over the Pandoran oceans. You see the elu and the skimwing and the Tulkan whales. So Disney had already designed the creatures. All they had to do was put them in a movie. Let's see. How's that? Oh, that lines up there. Okay, so that goes over the joints like that. Okay. The Toruk has an iconic, bright, fiery color scheme, totally reminiscent of fire. And if you see its shadow flying over you, well, you're probably dead at that point. Toruk is the apex predator of the Pandoran jungle. And it does have the bonding tentacles that all Pandoran creatures have, but only a few Na'vi, including Jake, have actually ever managed to mount and connect and ride a Toruk. I think Neytiri said it only happened like a half dozen times in Na'vi history. You can see one of those stories in the Cirque du Soleil version of Toruk. So it looks like we're starting to put shaping along the body. I know it doesn't look like much yet. Most brick-built Lego animals start out not looking like much, but you'll see as the shapes come together. Brick-built animals are kind of fun to do because when they start out, it's the most like, what is this? I don't know what this is. This doesn't look like anything. And then as you build up and up, you get to a I put those in the incorrect place, obviously. As you build up the details, you'll get to a place where you start to see bits of the creature become recognizable and come together. Wow, I totally forgot a piece. Okay, let's fix that right now. That goes right there. Easy fix there. Now let's keep going. So yeah, brick-built animals are the most fun, because if you're building like a vehicle or a building from the foundation, from the bottom, you kind of know what every shape is. Well, sometimes with vehicles, not so much, but you kind of... But animals are more organic, so it doesn't become recognizable till a bit farther into the build, and that's where the fun begins. I mean, buildings, vehicles, and animals, they're all fun in their own way. At the end of the day, build what you like and build what makes you happy. There's a Lego set out there for everyone. There's so many different Lego themes, past and present. I'm sure you'll be able to find... I'm sure if you searched, you'd find a Lego set you'd be interested in. There's, I think, thousands of sets out there. Did I? Yes, I put that on incorrectly. The 2x1 brackets can be a little confusing at times. You want to make sure you're orienting them correctly. maybe I was right, because this doesn't look like it's getting any bigger. This body is like comparable in size so far to one of the Banshees. I thought Toruk would be much bigger than that. But like I said before, maybe it's all in the wingspan. Let's keep going. So I'll be going away, so I won't be able to stream next weekend. But a week from Monday is March 10th, Mario Day. So I'll have some Mario content that day. I'm not sure if I'm going to go into my Mario build queue and do more Lego, or if I'm going to attempt to play one of the Lego games. We'll see how I feel that day. We're about to get our first sticker in a couple pieces. So, but I'm actually going to hold off on the sticker until I see what other parts need to be stickered, so I can make sure anything that needs to line up can do so. Yeah, there's a bunch of stickers that need to line up here. Okay, let's see if I can do this justice here. We want the stickers to be as centered as possible. Here's where sticker alignment matters. For the most part, I haven't had to do fancy sticker lining up like this since last summer when we were doing Speed Champions, but for the most part, many of the stickers I've done since then have been isolated affairs. This sticker is printed off center, which is going to make aligning it pretty difficult. Oh, there's a nasty gap there. Let me try and fix the middle sticker. It's in alignment with both of the other stickers, but it's too gappy. If I shift it over a little bit, it will mitigate the gap that's too big. That's pretty good. That's pretty centered between the two gaps there. But now I have it crooked. Let's do one more quick little adjustment to try and straighten that out. Alright, not too bad. So those are the 3 stickers. You can see it's not perfect, but I got them aligned pretty well. And I know that one of the stickers is going to go on this big yellow curve on the back soon. But that one doesn't directly connect up with the other stickers. So we'll hold off on doing that one until it tells us to do so. We're almost done with bag 7. So the main body section of Toruk is almost done. Oh, I put that slope in the wrong place. Okay, this goes under, so this is the bottom section, and this lines up like this. These go on like that. Did I miss tiles somewhere? Because I got 4 tiles that I can't account for. These are spare bits, but they don't give us 5 copies of spare bits, so I need to go back and see if I missed tiles somewhere. So let's see. I got those. Yeah, I missed a tile, some tiles on that step. Okay, let me get these on real quick. It's really just detailing bits, but it's important for the coloration of Toruk, so I'm glad I went back and checked. Alright, so now that we've finished bag 7, we're going to bring in bag 8. So here's Toruk's body. Oh, I see a special piece in here. I still don't see minifigure parts though. Looks like Jake's gonna be in the final bag, maybe. Look what I see in here. The headpiece. We'll set that aside till the instructions call for it. Okay, where's that orange plate? Yeah, that says I'm supposed to have an orange plate. Did I leave it in the bag? Was I not being careful? There's bag 8. There's the other bag 8. No orange plates there. Didn't see anything drop off. There it is. Alright, let's keep going. Interesting bit of shaping going on here. And here we're going to finish with the stickers. It looks like the stickers here don't actually come in contact with the other stickers. So as long as they're centered, they should look good. This is the only Avatar set to... It's not the only Avatar set to have a plastic sheet. It's not the only Avatar set to have stickers. but this is the only avatar set to use stickers as part of a creature, and it's the only avatar set to have both a sticker sheet and a plastic sheet. Okay, and it also says to put on the last sticker now, which is this big one. That's not too bad. So there's what it looks like with all the stickers on. Quite a bit of the creature's iconic detailing is made up with stickers here. And now it has us doing the head. It has us doing the head much earlier than on most creatures. Usually the head is one of the last things you do. And the mouth opens. I'll show that to you in a bit. Let's get the rest of this put together. And of course his bonding tentacles need to be put in. And now if we put it onto the neck pin, he can turn his head and he can open his mouth. You get one click of articulation in the mouth opening there. Pretty cool. Alright. So here is a picture of Jake bonding with a Toruk. And it looks like we're going to build his first leg now. Let's look at that picture a little more. I didn't really linger on it too much. And I'll set him off to the side since we're going to be working on an assembly. He can't really stand up yet. Alright, let's get on with it. Oh, we weren't done with A-frames for the night. I do like these big sets that have multiple builds in a single set, because it means you can have some like really nice big long streams and it's not over too quickly. Like this one gave us a scenery build, and actually the way two scenery, technically three scenery builds, a tree build, and a creature build. put it on here. That's what the hold up was. Was I off camera? I'm not sure. Sorry about that. I'm starting to get a little sluggish though, so I want to power through and finish the build. So if I position for comfort and go a little off camera, I apologize in advance. Oh, why is it still sitting here? As you can see, the sticker sheet is done, so there's no reason for it to still be sitting on my table. Hmm. There's that. Okay. There's some nice shaping for the foot going on. There's even They even managed to use the bricks, or the plates I should say, to get its distinctive leg striping going on. That's pretty awesome. So now we have to do some talons. That's fancy talk for bird claws. I know it says to put the leg onto the body right away, but I'm going to wait till I have the other leg and then put them both on at the same time, because he can't stand right now anyway, and this will just make him bulkier. Well, maybe I'll put it on. Yeah, I'll do it as the instructions say to do it. So there's his leg, and this will attach to the big ball joint on his side like this. If I can get it to line up and go in. There, it clicked. And so now you can see Toruk's got one leg, but that's not enough for him to be a threat yet. So now we're going to go ahead and build his other leg, which is going to be pretty much the same build except in mirror. Wow, they hide that A-frame pretty completely. I can't even tell where it is on the other leg. That's pretty clever. No, that was supposed to be a 2x1, not a 1x1. There we go. So this other leg is coming together pretty quickly. Which means pretty soon we'll be able to put the iconic wings onto Toruk. Okay, this leg's almost done. We're coming up on 4.5 hours. So yeah, we're way over my, well, we're slightly over my prediction, which is okay. It's Saturday night. I don't really have a hard stop tonight. But stream hard stop will be when the set is done. No bonus builds tonight, no bonus content tonight. I just want to process my video and go to bed when this is done. And of course, admire the beautiful display that the set is. Oh shoot. Am I missing one of my Talon clips? That's not a good thing. It's not on the table. I'm gonna have to do a floor dive real quick, unfortunately. Because I am missing one of the clips for the Talons. There it is. It rolled off the table when I wasn't looking. Luckily, black is fairly easy to see against gray carpet, so. And with this leg completed, that's the conclusion of bag 8. So we can get this leg attached to Toruk, and we can move on to bag 9 and finish the beast. Let's get this connected in. Connecting the leg into the joint. And now he can actually stand. He's kind of posed a bit like a chicken now without his wings and stuff. He's starting to look intimidating, but not really yet. That's what the final bag is for. Bag 9 is finally going to give us Jake. And bag 9 looks like a lot of little pieces. This is where we're going to attach the wings and get our final Na'vi character. Okay, let's get Jake put together. And Jake has a few minifigure versions throughout the sets, but this is, I think, the only time we see him with the war paint. The iconic war paint that the Na'vi used at the end of the first movie. Neytiri's war paint set is in the Neytiri's war paint version is in the one of the other sets. I'll go ahead and attach the bow and show you, because at this point you've seen 3 Na'vi figures already tonight. I just want to get them put together and get into the remainder of the build. This creature looks cool. He's not quite as big as I thought he would be, but he's still very intimidating. And he definitely has more stage presence than any of the other creatures. Except maybe Payakan, who is definitely a bigger build in terms of physical size. But that's expected because ocean creatures have always been bigger than land and sky creatures. So here's Jake. The final avatar, the final Na'vi figure going into my minifigure collection, since he's the final minifigure in the final set. We'll sit him down here with the other Na'vi to wait for completion of the set, and we will. And this, of course, the wings needs to be brought into the wing sheet needs to be made accessible at this point. But you know what? I still have a spot. Yeah, we can do it like that. Alright. So it looks like we're going to start. So it looks like this bag is just Technic frameworks for attaching the wings. It just suddenly got really cold in here. Maybe I'm in Toruk's shadow and it's flying overhead. Not this Toruk. The real one. Well, the real one is a fictional character, so it's not actually a real one. Now we do another one of those. So yeah, these are the frameworks that the various wing sections are going to attach to. Four of the 9 avatar sets have creatures that do these plastic wing sheets. Well, 2 of them are ocean creatures, so fin sheets with these Technic frames to attach them. I put Toruk's legs on the wrong joints. I thought he looked a little bit off. Okay. Let's push these out of the way so that I don't disrupt them. I put them on the forward joints instead of the rear joints where they're supposed to be. The forward joints must be used for the wings then. I'm glad I caught that before it turned into a disaster. But now he won't be able to stand again. I don't think, because his center of balance is way off. Well, he can have his head down like an ostrich, then he can stand. For now. Yeah. That Torque's not threatening anyone yet. Oh, he almost pushed the Na'vi tribe off the table. Okay, here we go with the first 2 bits of the wings. Let's pull out both of them and get them attached. We just passed the 4.5-hour mark of stream, so we should be out of here by 5 hours. The problem is the Technic wing frame keeps trying to move on me while I'm trying to attach this. That's why I'm struggling over here. There we go. Okay, let's get this last hole into position. I know I'm a little bit off camera, but I'm trying to get everything lined up. So now if I push that joint up, and you can see the back wings, the backmost wings are in, and they have these nice long blue tail feathers. And now it has us build this big, it's going to have us do the two forward wings. I think it's full sub-assemblies. This may be my favorite set in the whole Avatar series. So right now we're building a bunch of wing framework pieces, or sections I should say. Okay, that's an interesting way to do a joint. But it does make it nice and stable at least. This frame just keeps going and going. But then again, the Toruk's wings are pretty huge. And this frame needs to be able to support those pieces. We need one more of these little bits. Then we can attach it in here. Wow. So that's the frame so far. And now it shows us putting a whole bunch of these pins in where the wings are going to attach. So now it shows us going this way. Alright, so here's the wing framework with all the pins attached. Okay, where are the holes? Now, because this framework wasn't attached yet, I could hold it steady and I was just able to pop the connections in without issue. Okay. So here is the first wing, and it does have a joint in the middle here that allows you to pose the wing. But something's not right with how the this bit is sitting. There's a little bit of a cramping in the wing there. Maybe it's supposed to be there, I'm not sure. So this is what really goes on those front joints. Wow. Toruk is so top heavy, he doesn't really stand on his own. He's still doing the chicken thing. Wow. Alright. Let's go ahead and build the other wing, though. That was just the separator. No biggie. Alright. We can probably display him a little better. But you'll be able to see him in full glory once we finish this other wing and I turn the instructions off. Yeah, that looks right. There's the regular pin. Oh, I see how it goes on. It goes on this way. Oh, yeah. With the wings attached, this guy is huge. He may be. The wingspan might be as long as Pyacan's body length. I'll have to check that out when I pull him out later, but we're almost done with the frame here. Which means we'll be able to put the pins in, and then we'll be able to put the two wing panels on, and finish Toruk. There's the other yellow joint piece. Okay. Now we put the pins in. Let's get the spare bits out of here. And there it is. My last bit of traditional Lego pieces for tonight. All I have to do is add the wing piece. All I have to do is add the wing panels and get this attached to okay, that's on. And now we're going to get the last wing panel out. let's get the brick separator out of the way. Let me just, yeah, that'll go on the back. Here's a picture of Jake riding Toruk. And this shows how he's supposed to mount above the cave. And this just shows you the other sets that are available. So I'm going to actually turn off the instructions now so that we can look at Toruk in its full glory here. Let me attach the other wing. That is a big wing spread, but also there, if I turn up the wing tips a little bit, if I raise the neck joint like that, then he'll be able to get his head off the ground like that. Wow. The wings are definitely heavier than the frame though. And of course you can open his mouth. Let's see if I can get a close up on the camera. And you can put Jake on his back to ride him, but I'm not going to do that because he already seems fragile enough as it is. Look at, I can't even get him fully on camera. Look how big he is. Tell you what we're going to do. Because there's just too much in the set. We're not going to try to put the big cave on for the exit scene. That was a fun build, a fun bit of jungle, but there's just not space for it. So we're going to try to pose Toruk the best we can. Okay. Actually, the wings do work a little bit. It's just that that one joint wasn't pushed in all the way. We can make him work a little bit. But the legs, the whole thing is heavy. So this is about as high as I can make his head go. Okay, so we got Toruk. Let me just reach over here and bring the tree back in as well. And we have the 4 Navi sitting in front. Neytiri, Jake, Mowat, and Sute in some order. And we'll make him roar. Wow, this was a fun set. And you can see the light is still hitting the Tree of Souls and making it appear to be a little shiny. That's perfect, because of all the bioluminescent plants in Pandora, that's probably the most prominent one. So yeah, this was a fun set. And after stream, there's no point trying to mount Toruk on his little mounting post because he'll be off camera. So after stream, I'll see if that actually works. Seeing how big and heavy he is, I really don't think the mounting post is going to be strong enough. But the mounting posts on the other sets have surprised me so far, so I'll see. All right. Let's raid out. And Brett is actually on this week, so we're going to do our normal Saturday night raid. Incidentally, Brett the Breton is, I'm actually going to be doing a collab with him starting in a couple weeks, a 17-episode collab, where we'll be looking at an old DOS game about London and English history and culture. It's an old DOS game, so it's a little outdated, but it's still a lot of the content is still fairly relevant to England today. We're gonna rate Brett. This is the end of Lego Avatar. This was the biggest of the 9 sets. Welcome to spring. I have one other special set picked out for the actual first week of spring, which we'll get to in a few weeks. I don't have it in hand yet. I should be securing it next week. Toruk is fun. And I think his wingspan might be as long as Payakan's body. I'll check that out later. Yeah, this was fun. Lego Avatar was fun. It's I doubt they're gonna make sets for the 3rd movie that's due to come out next year, but because this wasn't one of the better selling series they had, but one can only hope. Anyway, have a good night, and I will see you soon. I'll probably be back tomorrow with a game, but I haven't figured out which game yet, so maybe. We'll see how I feel. Good night, and let's go have fun with Brett the Breton, and I'll see you soon. Let's go have fun, and I'll see you soon.
You should know better not to beat up the prostitute. The pimp's gonna come after you.
Yeah.
Which is true. It's true. Don't screw over the girls.
Mm-hmm.
Because suddenly a very angry man is gonna be visiting you.
Yep. Yep.
And I can almost assure you he's bigger than you.
Everything's fine except the guy can't take a shit.
Oh God! And having that problem.
Oh, Uncle Evie.
Hi, Evie.
Evie just rated right on that line.
Nice.
Hi, welcome to your viewers.
What? He's gonna